fantastic job. We'll get to that in a little bit. And Republican governors and other state officials are speaking out and rebuking Donald Trump for his lies regarding the federal government's recovery efforts. I'm going to get into all that and more. My name is Brett Meiselas here with the Midas Touch Network. Remember to hit subscribe. We are on our way to 3.5 million subscribers. Okay, let's check in with this new Wasson Center poll of Virginia likely voters. In this poll, they have Vice President Harris leading Donald Trump 52% to 41%. That is a margin of plus 11 for Vice President Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, Democratic Senate incumbent candidate Tim Kaine leads the Trump-backed hung cow 55% to 35%. That is a 20-point swing for Tim Kaine right there. And if these results bear out, it will be the largest margin of victory for Democrats in modern history. These are stunning results out of Virginia, absolutely terrible polls for Republicans. Let's move over to Michigan. When Detroit News has a new poll out now that shows Vice President Kamala Harris up 47% to Trump's 44%. So you know the trend line, Trump was up 45% to 44% back in August. Once again, we are seeing this momentum shift towards Vice President Kamala Harris. And we're seeing that on the issues as well. In the questions of who is better suited to handle the economy, Vice President Harris leads 47% to Trump's 45%, according to the new research company poll. And we are seeing this across a variety of issues in the Redfield and Wilton poll. We are seeing this on abortion, on the economy, on inflation, and in healthcare, to name a few. And then we look at the national polls, only the A and B rated ones in the past seven days. We see Kamala Harris up 3 in Data for Progress, up 2 in the NPR PBS News Marist poll, up 1.6 in Emerson, up 5 in SPNR, up 4 in Ipsos, and up 3 in The Economist and YouGov, with a 4-week flat average of Kamala Harris being up 3.3. But we also have some hard data, not just polling, right? We have Pennsylvania mail and absentee ballots coming in, people actually voting. We can't tell what their votes are, but we can tell what their voter registration is. And so far, we have 73.3% of the return mail and absentee ballots from Democrats, just 19% from Republicans, 7.7% from others. That is showing a massive gap right there between ballots returned by Democrats and Republicans. We're starting to see a blue firewall build in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, CNN is reporting that Kamala Harris looks like she is on track to put up the best numbers ever for a Democratic presidential nominee among voters with a college degree. Let's see what they had to say.
White college grads have been this group that have been moving further and further to the left. All right, this is the Democratic margin among white college grads. Look, Hillary Clinton won him by 5 points. Then Joe Biden won him by 9. Look at this margin that Kamala Harris is pulling up in the polls right now among white college grads. It's an 18-point margin, double the margin that Joe Biden had just 4 years ago. I went back through the record books. This would be the largest win for a Democratic presidential candidate among white college grads in recorded history. That is all the way back since the early 1950s. You could probably go back even further. But the bottom line is that Kamala Harris amongst this group is doing ridiculously well, and is one of the main reasons that she has been able to counter Donald Trump's rising support among voters without a college degree. It's because she's doing very well among white voters with a college degree.
What about all voters, not just white voters?
All right, so we looked at white voters with a college degree. How about all voters with a college degree? It's basically the same story. It's historically high support for a Democratic candidate. You see right now, Kamala Harris leads in the polls by 21 points. That's 3 points higher than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. At 6 points higher than Hillary Clinton did 8 years ago. The bottom line is this, Mr. Berman. The electorate is becoming more polarized along education, and Democrats, at least among those with a college degree, are the beneficiaries of it. And Kamala Harris is doing historically well for a Democrat among voters with a college degree.
Better than ever among voters with a college degree. How many voters do have a college degree?
Right. So this is the second part, the key nugget here, an increasing share of the electorate. You know, you go back 44 years ago, just 21% of the electorate had a college degree. You go back 24 years ago, 31%. You go back 4 years ago, you're up to 40%. This year, it looks like a historically high proportion of the electorate, 41%, will have a college degree. You know who those voters are. They're in the suburbs of places like Philadelphia, of Detroit. You go, obviously, to Madison, Wisconsin, right? A rising tide, more and more voters with a college degree. It's what flipped the great state of, part of what flipped the great state of Georgia, right? Those voters with a college degree in the suburbs of Atlanta. This is a big reason Kamala Harris is still in the race right now, because even though she is losing a little bit of support among voters without a college degree, she's gaining rapidly among those with a college degree, specifically white voters with a college degree. Either way you look at it, historically high support at this particular moment.
Put it in one sentence, more voters than ever with a college degree. She's doing better than ever with voters with a college degree.
That's exactly right, Mr. Berman. That is the great thing we're going to be watching down the stretch of this campaign. Does Donald Trump, the support that he's pulling among working class, counteract the support that Kamala Harris is gaining among those with a college degree? That's the battle going down the stretch. At this point, we're not sure which side's going to come out on top.
Major structural shifts.
You got it,
with
my
an
friend.
F in there, just to be clear. Harriet, and thank you.
Thanks.
So with all this news, what is Donald Trump doing? He is resorting to his same old lying and fear-mongering. He's into it. This is what he's writing on his social media platform. He writes, in all caps, the response to the hurricane by lying Kamala Harris is now rated the worst storm response in history. North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, and others will respond by voting for Trump. We will make America great again. Notice how he's so transparent that he's making the stuff up for votes by bringing voting into this instead of just being concerned for the people on the ground. Donald Trump is obviously lying here, and even the Republican officials are speaking out, and they are praising the federal government's response to Hurricane Helene. Here's a montage that MSNBC put together. This is mostly Republican top officials praising the recovery efforts. Let's check this out.
As of today, what has been the ongoing kind of federal assistance for South Carolina?
It's been superb. We're getting assistance, and we're asking for everything we need.
They're doing a great job. There can always work harder. There's always kinks in the slinky. We're working them out behind the scenes.
And you see this rush of local officials, FEMA, from the federal to the state to the local emergency management agencies, local county mayors with tears in their eyes out there serving their people.
We're grateful for the quick actions and close communications that we have had with the president and with the FEMA team.
We have been, Sean, I have to say, working well with FEMA. They, in fact, were moving very quickly over the last few days for us.
So to President Biden, thank you for coming. Thank you for paying attention to our needs. I think we've had good working relationship between the federal government.
Now let's look at this tale of two headlines. Let's look at the PBS headline from October 2nd, 2024. Vice President Kamala Harris announces 100% reimbursement of local Helene response costs during remarks in Augusta, Georgia. This is from NBC News on April 23rd, 2021. New probe confirms Trump officials blocked Puerto Rico from receiving aid. Donald Trump blocked a lot of places from receiving aid who didn't vote for him. If their votes did not matter to him, then he would refuse to help. This even happened in North Carolina, of course, the site of the current storm. But let's look back to Hurricane Matthew in 2017, when Donald Trump blocked 99% of the relief funding requested by the state. Absolutely despicable. And let's remember that Project 2025 seeks to eliminate a lot of this aid for families and small businesses recovering from severe storms like Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. Absolutely inexcusable stuff, folks. Former governor of Ohio, Governor Kasich, a Republican, was taking the airwaves, and he himself thinks it's maddening that Donald Trump is using this hurricane for political purposes and lying about it when people need help. Listen to what Governor Kasich has to say.
It's just so it's beyond disappointing. It's maddening to see that a person running for president would try to use something like this, where there's been such tremendous hardship, loss of life, to try to create a fable here. I mean, look, anytime you have something like this, the officials in charge are always going to say they wish things had been delivered faster. That's always going to happen. But to say somehow that money that was designed to go to hurricane relief has been spent on immigrants, I mean, it's just dead wrong. But he continues to say it. And, you know, there's this thing now, as you know, Andrea, about spinning conspiracy theories. And, you know, people on the internet like to think, oh, well, the government, you know, just doesn't care. they're doing their own thing. And this kind of gins up some of his base. But by and large, I think the problem he's going to have as we get to the election day is that there's going to be a chunk of Republicans who will not vote for him under any set of circumstance. And I think that number is probably 15% in that category. She will not have that problem. I mean, she'll be over 90 in terms of the Democrats that turn out and vote. But every time he does this, he puts himself farther and farther behind. And frankly, the ramification should be that. As you know, I've been opposed to him for 6 years since he came on the scene, and it's just it's terrible.
The former chair of the Florida Republican Party is also speaking out as a result of Donald Trump's lies about the storm, and he says that he is enthusiastically voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Watch this.
Actually voting for the Harris-Walz and maybe doing it with some enthusiasm is a fairly recent development. I'll give you two recent examples, both of which I'm very familiar with. One is the natural disasters. That's always been a bipartisan issue. Both Democrats and Republicans have worked together to assist the people in harm's way. Well, the White House asked Congress to pass a supplemental bill to really help people with these disasters because we may be running out of cash. All of a sudden, the trolling, the Trump operatives and everybody else started saying, well, they're giving that money to illegal immigrants. Not true. There are various parts of FEMA that are funded separately, and natural disasters is one of them. Well, when Andrew hit Florida, which has been one of many, I worked hand in hand with the George H.W. Bush administration and the Democrat Governor Lon Childs. It was always a bipartisan spirit. Everybody wanted to help those in harm's way. Well, you take it now, the Trump operatives are already lying about FEMA not having resources, about FEMA not going over. When the White House asked the Congress to meet for a supplemental bill, to pass a supplemental bill for FEMA, they said, call us after November 5th. That's something that just not have a precedent. The second one was with immigration. It was so hard to get a bipartisan bill put together in order to stop the intrusions at the border. But oh no, Trump had to tell the Republicans not to pass it because it was not in his best interest.
Coming off Hurricane Helene, we are now dealing with Hurricane Milton in the state of Florida. If you're in a disaster zone, I am urging you to evacuate, listen to local orders, and do what they tell you to do. Do not buy into lies and disinformation. Listen to the officials. President Biden approved an emergency declaration from the state of Florida and ordered federal assistance to supplement response efforts that may arise due to the emergency conditions resulting from the hurricane. Meanwhile, this is what Donald Trump had to say about Category 5 storms like Hurricane Milton back in 2019. He said he's never even heard of a Category 5 hurricane. Watch this.
I'm not sure that I've ever even heard of a Category 5. I knew it existed, and I've seen some Category 4s. You don't even see them that much, but a Category 5 is something that I don't know that I've ever even heard the term, other than I know it's there.
It should be noted that there were at least 4 Category 5 hurricanes that had taken place prior to Donald Trump making that statement during his presidency. Meanwhile, MAGA is ramping up their conspiracy theories. It's getting even weirder than you even knew it could get. Their new conspiracy theory, lie, whatever you want to call it, is that these hurricanes, which are happening during peak hurricane season, are being created by President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the deep state to prevent Trump voters from voting. I know it sounds crazy. This is literally what they're pushing. You could see this guy, Grant Cardone, speaking about his conspiracy theories here, and you've probably already seen Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about her conspiracy theories, that they control the weather, kind of an anti-Semitic dog whistle that she's putting out there as well. Just bizarre, deranged stuff. It's so sad that so many people's brains have been so broken by social media, by Donald Trump. It's just really tragic to see. I mean, no one's brain is more broken perhaps than Donald Trump, who just continued to post incessantly. He started posting these photos of Elon Musk, who appeared at his rally in Butler. This is the picture he posted of Elon Musk. I got a better picture I'm going to show you. This is a more accurate representation of Elon. This is a photo while Elon Musk was jumping up and down at Donald Trump's rally. It was a very weird, Just very bizarre stuff, everybody. Elon Musk is joining with Donald Trump in fear-mongering. Elon Musk writing, "It would be the end of America if Vice President Kamala Harris wins." Donald Trump is reposting that. Just despicable rhetoric, honestly. Just absolutely gross. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has decided to hold a rally in Coachella, California, a state he has no chance of winning. He's holding this event October 12th, 2024. And what Fred Wellman, who hosts On Democracy here at the Midas Touch Network, said is, so 24 days before election, Donald Trump is holding a rally in Coachella, California, in the middle of a desert, in a state he's going to lose, in a congressional district that's like D+20, on the only fourth Saturday left, where it was 109 degrees today. Don't underestimate the tactical genius, Alasavita and Wiles. Of course, he's being sarcastic there about Donald Trump's campaign managers. Donald Trump was on Fox yesterday with Laura Ingraham, and I don't know if pigs are flying or what, but even Laura Ingraham was correcting the record when Donald Trump was spewing his lies. Trump was trying to spread this lie that the only thing that FEMA is offering people in the disaster zones is $750. That is not true at all. Watch Ingraham correct Trump.
And yet they're offering people $750
for immediate needs.
For the worst, but for the worst hurricane that anybody's seen. But she shouldn't be there anyway. She should be, I would say North Carolina is bad, is so bad. And
she was there today for 3 hours, I believe, Kamala Harris.
Ingraham tried to sort of guide Donald Trump through this next question, saying, a lot of people think that you're going to go after people if you win the election. They think you're going to weaponize the government. You're not going to do that, right? Watch what Donald Trump had to say about that.
How will you restore faith in our justice system? A lot of people will say, well, he's just going to do to them what they did to him and get back at them. And
a lot of people say that's what should happen.
Well,
you want to know the truth.
Right. Well, but I think
Donald Trump appeared at an event yesterday, 1 year after the horrific attack by Hamas in Israel. He could be seen here holding a photo of a hostage who was kidnapped and smiling, just extremely inappropriate. He's gotten a lot of backlash for this. He's also gotten a lot of backlash for asking the rabbi at this memorial service if he wants him to autograph the prayer book. Not making this up. Watch this.
Yeah, can I take that? Would you like me to sign this? I love it. Thank you.
Now let's talk about that 60 Minutes interview. As we've reported here on the Midas Touch Network, Donald Trump decided sometime like last week that he was going to back out of this interview. He was afraid that he would be fact-checked. We reported that here, and 60 Minutes confirmed that fact with this absolutely brutal opening to the show where they explained why Donald Trump would not be participating. Watch this.
Then, a week ago, Trump backed out. The campaign offered shifting explanations. First, it complained that we would fact-check the interview. We fact-check every story. Later, Trump said he needed an apology for his interview in 2020. Trump claims correspondent Leslie Stahl said in that interview that Hunter Biden's controversial laptop came from Russia. She never said that. Trump has said his opponent doesn't do interviews because she can't handle them. He had previously declined another debate with Harris, so tonight may have been the largest audience for the candidates between now and Election Day.
During her 60 Minutes interview, Vice President Kamala Harris gave her thoughts on Donald Trump backing out of the interview. Take a watch.
If he is not going to give your viewers the ability to have a meaningful, thoughtful conversation, question and answer with you, then watch his rallies. You're going to hear conversations that are about himself and all of his personal grievances. And what you will not hear is anything about you, the listener. You will not hear about how he's going to try to bring the country together, find common ground. And Bill, that is why I believe in my soul and heart the American people are ready to turn the page.
I loved Vice President Kamala Harris's answer to this question.
You have accused Donald Trump of using racist tropes.
I'm glad you are pointing these comments out that he has made that have resulted in a response by most reasonable people to say it's just wrong. It's just wrong. I believe that the people of America want a leader who's not trying to divide us and demean. I believe that the American people recognize that the true measure of the strength of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it's based on who you lift up.
Governor Tim Walz was also on 60 Minutes, and he was asked about calling Republicans weird. I thought this was a perfect response.
Before you joined the ticket, you called Republicans weird. And that's sort of become a rallying cry for Democrats. Why do you think that label stuck?
I was really talking about the behaviors. Being obsessed with people's personal lives in their bedrooms and their reproductive rights, making up stories about folks legally here eating cats and dogs. They're dehumanizing. They go beyond weird because I said this, it becomes almost dangerous. Let's debate policy in a real way, and let's try and find an objective truth again.
Just for a contrast, J.D. Vance was in Georgia on the local news there, and he was asked if he supports Georgia's 6-week abortion ban. If you've been following the news, you know that Georgia's Supreme Court has re-implemented the abortion ban while appeals take place. Vance was asked about this, and he had yet another non-answer. Check this out.
Big issue here in Georgia and around the country is reproductive rights.
Sure.
Here in Georgia, commonly known as the heartbeat bill, it bans most abortions after about 6 weeks of pregnancy. It's under litigation right now. Recently, a Fulton County Superior Court judge struck down the law as unconstitutional. Do you support Georgia's heartbeat bill?
Well, look, I don't know the full details of Georgia's heartbeat bill or the litigation that's happened over it.
And then in one of the most powerful moments of this 60 Minutes interview with Vice President Kamala Harris was when they brought Liz Cheney on. And Liz Cheney spoke about why she is voting for Vice President Harris. This is a message that is going to reach so many voters, especially those in the middle, those who are kind of center-right, so to speak. I thought this was exceptionally powerful and is going to sway a lot of minds. Check this out.
4 years ago, if someone had told you that you would be campaigning with Liz Cheney, what would you have said to them?
That'd be great. That's really diplomatic.
Would you ever have thought that you'd be campaigning with Kamala Harris?
I hope that if you had said to me 4 years ago, our Constitution is going to be under threat and it's going to be crucial for the parties to come together and to support Vice President Harris because she'll defend the rule of law, I know I would have said that's exactly what I'll do.
I think you could see with all these clips and all these updates that Donald Trump seems like he's sort of spiraling out. I mean, the desperation is palpable in these tweets where he's making up all these lies. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris is staying focused. She's doing what you're supposed to be doing, and she's doing it at the right times. She's doing a lot of interviews now. She's meeting people face to face. The momentum is on her side, and we are seeing that reflected in these new polls as we approach Election Day. Hey, thank you so much for watching this. I appreciate you getting your updates from us here at the Midas Touch Network. Remember to subscribe and help us get to 3.5 million subscribers. If you have a second, can you also add the Midas Touch podcast on whatever audio podcast you use, Spotify, Apple, whatever it is, go and add us. And if you have a second,
There are 28 days until Election Day. And last night, CBS aired its 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris. Now, the program has interviewed the candidates in every presidential election dating back to 1968. But Donald Trump backed out this year. And before airing the interview with Vice President Harris, 60 Minutes began with a note about Trump. Here's part of that explanation.
It's been a tradition for more than half a century that the major party candidates for president sit down with 60 Minutes in October. In 1968, it was Richard Nixon and Hubert Humphrey. This year, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump accepted our invitation. But unfortunately, last week, Trump canceled. The campaign offered shifting explanations. First, it complained that we would fact-check the interview. We fact-check every story. Later, Trump said he needed an apology for his interview in 2020. Trump claims correspondent Leslie Stahl said in that interview that Hunter Biden's controversial laptop came from Russia. She never said that. Trump has said his opponent doesn't do interviews because she can't handle them. He had previously declined another debate with Harris, so tonight may have been the largest audience for the candidates between now and Election Day.
You know, I've got to ask Jonathan Lemire. Well, before I ask, I think it's fascinating. Being fact-checked. I love when people fact-check me. I really do. I love, if I make a mistake, I want to know what I said that was wrong. People can disagree with me. Opinions are one thing. But I want to be fact-checked. If I say something wrong, I want to know that. Like most adults that I know are the same way. The fact that Donald Trump and his vice presidential nominee are so horrified at the prospect of being fact-checked suggests, well, it's the tell that they're still lying this week about the 2020 election. They're lying in a way that is very destructive for the people of North Carolina and South Carolina about hurricane relief, in a way that's getting in the way, and in a way that Republican governors are pushing back against them on. They're lying about dogs and cats being eaten in Ohio when the Republican governor there is saying that's a lie as well. The lies continue over and over again. But he doesn't go on because of the fact check. Right? Why are they scared of fact check? Because they lie all the time, and you literally can see every day them lying on the campaign trail. Then he says he doesn't go on for an apology. He wants an apology from Leslie Stahl for something that never even happened. Again, deranged, disconnected, deluded, whatever you want to call it, or maybe just scared. And then finally, he says, Kamala Harris, this is really bizarre. I can't sit down on interviews because she doesn't know the issues. Again, as Hyland always says, it's either confession or projection. Here, Donald Trump is the one who skipped the 60 Minutes interview. First time in 50 years a candidate has done that. And is the one that refused to do a debate, even on Fox News. Even on Fox News, who many hosts on that network are echoing Donald Trump's disinformation.
We can't do a real interview.
And there's actually one of their most popular hosts suggests that civil war is better than voting, and that they need to move past voting. And yet she's willing to debate him there, and he refuses to do it. So last night, as I was watching this, I started asking John, like, what's going on, man? Like, what? I've heard from people inside his campaign, I know you have too, though they're very careful, a real frustration that they have no idea what this guy is going to do. He doesn't do the things he should do to win, and they can't control him at all. What are you hearing? Is there an understanding on his part that he is no longer?
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? Beautiful sunshine happening up here. Markets are looking kind of flat at the moment. All righty. Let's see what the day brings. I'm not expecting too much. As you know, yesterday was just a choppy mess until the very end. And there were zero in the way of reports that came out. And today is the same. The one thing that I will say, though, that might be fun to watch, but not until later on this evening, is, excuse me, New Zealand is expected to cut interest rates. Australia and New Zealand are important currencies in the East, in the Far East. So they're very important to watch. So that's going to be, I believe it's around 9 o'clock Eastern time that's going to happen. You can just check Forex Factory for that, but I'm pretty sure it's around 9. Actually, let me just, while I'm saying it, let me just have a look here at what time that's supposed to go off. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Yep, 9 o'clock. So their current interest rate is 5.25, and they're forecasting a 0.5 point cut down to 4.75. So that would be quite significant if they do it. So that's at 9 p.m. Eastern time. But again, other than that, it's a pretty boring day report-wise. So it is likely just going to chop around. The other thing is tomorrow, the Fed minutes get released. Okie doke. So there we have it. And then Thursday, the big CPI stuff. So I think people are going to be keeping their powder dry today. And waiting on those big numbers to come out. Oh, there we are. There we are. Not much happening before the open here. Stuck inside the value range and flat as a pancake, the price action. Good morning, sir. How are you doing today? God, it was 5:30 in the morning for you. What are you doing? Looks pretty slow. Pretty slow for today. Not. I bet it was. I bet it was. But look, it dropped like a rock, and then you had that straddle. The straddle at the lower value level pushed you up there. Look at that. That was a nice move back up. And I was kind of the same. I was up until like 1 o'clock. I'm running on about 5 hours of sleep myself. Such is the life of a trader. Yeah, being this deep into the value range is a little disheartening. Looks like we might just have another choppy, whippy day. Were you able to get out of the long with a profit, or are you still hanging in? Ha, that's awesome. Well done. What did you do? A micro? Ooh, 5 micros. Well done. That's great. That's a decent sized trade. There we go. Ah. Yeah, exactly. Sleepless nights are no good. Did you do the trade off of like a big chart, like a daily chart or like a 1 hour chart? Or did you just go, I think it's going up? You did an overnight trade off the 15-minute chart. Oh, you got nerve. Yeah, well, here's the let's do a little, let's just check it out. 15-minute, and we'll make it all full size. Oop. Let's make this one a 15-minute. There we are. Egad. All right, so there we go. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. You had the first. Yeah, we're in the value area already. All right. So here, so here you go. So you basically bought with the first downside target holding, and then boink, up it went. Nice trade. So when I'm in the value range, I'm not really looking, this is going to sound really funny, but I'm actually not really looking for anything. The reason is we are actually inside the range. So this is where things got interesting. But you got it. You nailed it. So now we're kind of in a stalemate. So trading inside the value range or initiating a new trade in the value range is extremely dangerous. And you can see over here also, excuse me, Erkan, how choppy it can be when you're inside this range. Like here was the other day, yesterday. Like, look at this stuff. It's terrible. So in your case, where you basically got in here somewhere, with the first downside target being hit and acting as support, here's the kind of the opposite. Whereas on Monday when it opened, the first target acted as resistance, and then it came back into the value levels, into the value range, and then just chopped around all day. It's very, very dangerous in here. So if you have nice profit, what I do is I wait for it to begin trending again. So right now, this tells us we don't really have a trend. And we really haven't for 2 days. Up here, They took out, they brought people in on the long side, stopped them out. Here they brought them in on the short side, stopped them out. So the orders that were existing in the market have now been filled. So we can just see chop. So I'm not going to initiate any trade until we get outside of this value range. Does that make sense? Does that help? And I see there are a couple other people in here as well. So if you have any questions on this, this is super, super important. So don't be shy, ask, because this can really affect your trading. That's what these fire lines do. They just give a solid framework, to employ your strategy from. And when you are in this value range, you don't have an edge. Your edge is gone. So, yeah, I wait until I'm out. Oh, good, Eric. I'm glad that helped. And especially when you're protecting profit. And also, we've got no news to send this market up or down in any meaningful way until tomorrow at 2:00 when the Fed does their minutes. But then what the big market boys and girls are looking at are those CPI numbers on Thursday. Big numbers. It's, week to week, month to month, year over year. So that's where the funds are going to be focused on. So this could just be a whippy mess for the next couple of days. But that was a great trade, Eric. Way to go. Now we'll just go back over here and we'll turn. Okay, so we've had our straddle trades. So they all worked. They both would have worked. And now we'll just, I'll set these back to 5 minute so that folks can have a peek at them. There we go, and 5 minute. 5. There we go. All is right in the world. And as I say, Eric, and I have not forgotten about our series of how-to these FireLine stuff. I am actually working on them. I'm doing these little blurbs, but they're by no means the final product. I'm just getting things out as quickly as I can to help people, because there are a whole lot of people trying out the lines. So that is coming down the pike. Hey, good morning, Scott. How you doing? Beautiful sunny morning. How are things up in your part of the world? Good. Couldn't be better. Bright sunshine, crisp fall day. Aircon, he just made a really nice trade. So everything's good. I bet you did. We got down to, I think, 2 Celsius or 3 Celsius overnight. So you went below freezing, of course. Yeah, beauty. Let me just spread this one chart out a little bit. Those candles or these bars are looking a little skinny. There we go. There we are. That's a little bit better. -2? Ooh. I think we're like 3 or 4 now. Absolutely, Scott. Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm just going to keep them streaming all day so people can sort of come and go and just sort of see where markets are, the framework of the market at any given moment. So right now the markets are stuck, with the exception of Bitcoin, the chart on the right. It's kind of going nowhere, but it is below its value range, that yellow area. And the S&P, as we can see, I'll shrink it up a little bit, stuck inside its value range, going sideways, and so is the Nasdaq. So very, very difficult to trade in here. This is when people are going to get killed. Well, day traders anyway. So this is when we can expect really, really choppy action. So I just thought I'm going to just keep these things up and streaming all day and just let people have a look. On Bitcoin. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just pull it up for you so you can have a look. Okay, so it's the same is in just about any market. So here's Bitcoin overnight. Here, it came down, it opened in the range. So I think these are the future, or sorry, these are the futures. So they opened at 6 o'clock. Down they came, and then we can see that this first downside target acted as support. So this is what this is the framework that I'm talking about. So if you're sitting here looking at Bitcoin at the moment, you want to have a bearish bias on it because you're below this, what I call the value range, and we're below the inflection point. So that gives it a bias to the downside. Now, that doesn't mean it's just going to, tank, but you want to lean in the direction of down. So you sit there and you use your trading methodology or technique or a signal, and you want to be looking for shorts as opposed to longs. When the market gets above here and gets up the opposite side, this is when I get interested in buying. Anything in here is kind of suspect. You can really get whipped around when you're in the value levels. Here we can see here, of course, we had that bullish bias This was Sunday night when it opened, and sure enough, up it goes, and it stayed up. Here, again, kind of a bullish bias. It came down, of course, bounced off the inflection point, and then rocketed higher. So this value range, or these value levels, they really are a solid tell as to what this is likely to do as far as trend for the day goes. That was a long-winded answer. So that's how it interacts. Somewhere in this area? Yes. Okay, awesome. Or, no, that's it. Or the other thing you can do, as we were talking about it earlier, is kind of like what we call a straddle trade, and that's more of a kind of a break, and that's where we're looking for. We know there's buying activity down here, and there's not a lot of interest in selling down here, otherwise it wouldn't have bounced. But if it does go back down here, now this area becomes what you want to look at for entering shorts. Well, many people do it differently. So, yeah, there are folks that like to use these lines as bouncing points, like here. So we would call that, they call that kind of like a first touch. So if market is coming down, they'll have limit orders sitting here, as do large traders. So that's what we would call a first touch, where it hits that level and people anticipate a bounce. So that's what happened. But you don't do it twice. It's a one-shot deal. You only do it one time. So, and again, we can see it from when it started to move up, it came up and it hit the lower value level, and there would have been people there first touch with their sell orders, and down it goes. So that's aggressive. Me, I'm too chicken to do it. Even though I know it's a high probability setup, it still scares me to death. So I'm more of a trend trader as opposed to jumping in front. So you've got a hint of FOMO. That's funny. All right, let's see what these other markets are doing here. All righty. Yeah, again, see, just totally sideways. Well, that's just it. And trying to guess, I mean, you are flipping a coin. At any given moment, that market can go up or down, right? Any given moment. And you really don't know. So this is where we're using applied mathematics, which is what Wall Street uses, right? This is exactly what large institutions use. This is algorithmic trading. That's why you have rocket scientists working on Wall Street, because Goldman Sachs pays better than NASA. And as far as a mathematician goes, data's data. All these bars are are just data points, right? That's it. That's all they are. And so what these lines do is analyze the data and make, I don't want to say a prediction, but the most likely case as to where they will go. So if it breaks down below this level, the most likely scenario is the first target, which is what we saw. Let me expand it. So look where we started the day, right there, right? Bam. So it got below it. So right away, the algorithm that I developed said, all right, the most likely scenario is it's going to drop to the first target, which is exactly what it did. And then now it's just meandering around. So now that it's gone back into the range, the most likely, the most probable outcome is up to the inflection point. We haven't hit it yet, but that is the highest probability. And that's what these lines are all about. It's a mixture of statistics and probability. And so I learned, like you have, not to guess. I actually went back, well, Queen's University. I went back to Queen's and did applied mathematics to figure out, I knew that there was a lot of math involved in the markets, because I saw that when I started in the 80s, where they started using program trading, etc. So I went to learn the math, and this is the result of it. So it's pretty darn cool. It looks really spooky when people look at it for the first time. They go, this is really, really spooky. But if you just sit there and say, it's just a predictive model based on statistics and probability theories, and price movement is nothing more than data. So for nerds like me, it works. It's hard to show it to traders that are naturally risk takers, right? By nature, that's what makes them traders. They take chances, and sometimes they take crazy chances. So I like to take chances, but I'm very conservative. I like to have the odds in my favor. So I'm not betting on a coin toss or the roll of a dice. I need to know that I've got edge, that the probabilities are stacked in my favor. Another long-winded answer, I'm sorry. There, we'll pull that up here. There. Now we sit and wait. Market opens in what, about 26 minutes or so. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So basically, even that particular market, if you're an S&P trader, you can follow the night market and get a rough indication. If you trade the Nasdaq, same thing. Bitcoin, same thing. But what really I find gives a good indication is the London markets, the European at London Open, which way that opens. But again, it's a rough guide. It's a rough guide. And when there's no catalyst, no news to speak of, it's really, really tough. I have trading NQ. I'm losing my throat, but it's so much fun. Not always, Scott, not always. Last night when I was trading the mainland China, it was rocketing higher because they had a 1 week vacation, a big holiday. So mainland China, it went through the roof, but Hong Kong, excuse me, Hong Kong plunged 10%. Now, that's when I went to bed. I said, oh God. So I don't know where they are now, but that's what happened. It was incredible. And it really jostled the market for our open. Let's just go back to the S&P just to. So our open, all of this, I suspect this stuff was all based on China reopening after a week. But then it kind of just went sideways. It was almost like a non-event. As you can see, it just went sideways. And it's only recently that it shot up. So hard to know, hard to know. Yeah, trading NQ. I what I'm going to do going forward for folks is I'm just going to put the stream on basically while I'm making my morning coffee at 6:30 or 7 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. And I'm just going to let it stream. So people can come in and say, okay, where are we? Oh, we're in the value level, or we're between the value levels. So I better stay on the sidelines. Or, oh, wow, we're going from the first to the second one way or the other. So people can just basically use the stream almost like a tool, right? So people are free to come and go, see where, and I'll stream the Nasdaq, S&P, and Bitcoin. Those are the ones that I get asked for. And of course, if you wanted to have stocks or crypto or whatever, try them out. Just grab the, free trial, and then just let me know that you've done it, and then I can get access through TradingView for people to get them to try out. Because they use them for, some people don't trade the futures. They'll trade, if they like the Nasdaq, they'll trade the QQQs or the spiders, or who knows, whatever. They'll trade the ETFs. But they chart in a very similar way. Aha, you spotted that. Okay, so with the futures, excuse me, the Nasdaq, because we were just looking at something. This is not the futures. Thanks for pointing that out. We were looking at something earlier. This is the CFD. So let me just, thanks for getting that there. So we'll get rid of that. And the futures. And there we go. Now the other thing too is the futures here, I believe, are delayed. Thanks for that, trading. So these are delayed for a bit, but it's not but it still gives you the framework to work in. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I was speaking with somebody earlier about the CFD. Oh, you can't do that? Yes, you can. Make the window, Scott, separate. Like take it out of the tab on your browser, and then just minimize that window. That's what I do that all the time. Or you should be able to. That's what I do. Oh, okay. Well, get on a computer, Scott. Ah, well then you should not be trading. You should be focused on the road. If you're going to be trading, you need to be 100% there. Good boy. That's what I like to hear. Oh, that's good. That's all right. Do you have a far drive to go? Oh, that's not too bad. That's a pretty drive. Yeah. Have you lost most of the leaves up there now? You've lost about half. Okay. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. So we're probably a day or two away from getting frost as well. Scott, hit that like button. I need likes. I just started this. I need to get that YouTube program pointing at us. Hit that thing. I'm watching. I'm watching. I know you're driving. I'm just giving you the bad time. But everybody else can go and hit it. Oh, okay. Absolutely, Scott. Absolutely. There, I just refreshed the page. Oh, wow, guys. Thanks a million. Look at that. 5 likes I've got, I see. Wow. Thanks, guys. Much appreciated. What are we at now? Oh, yeah. What about 13 minutes until the open now? It's kind of fun to watch the some of the participants jockeying for position, gambling on the open, which way it's going to go. Boy, the amount of spam email that comes in, holy cow. It's almost like I spend most of my time deleting this stuff. Okay, let's have what I'll do, let's have a little quick peek. See if I can find Solana here. So we'll take the Bitcoin, because we've got we have 5 minutes till the open. So I'll just open that up. What do we do? We're going to switch that over from futures. We'll get rid of that and we'll go to crypto. And I'm looking for Solana. There it is against that. Solana versus the dollar. There we go. Let's have a peek. And we'll see how it looks with the lines on it. And there we go. Look at that. How cool. So here with the Solana, see this stuff, math is math, data is data, and that's just all there is to it. So here we can see Solana, when opened lower, up to the lower value level, couldn't get into the value range, and dropped to the first. I like that. So there you go. So there's Solana honoring the lines. There you go. So it works on, it'll work on anything. Because as I say, all these lines are doing is analyzing data. That's all it is. Well, not all it is. You know what I mean. That's what it's doing. It doesn't care about price action or all the stuff that we care about. It doesn't. It's just analyzing the math, or analyzing the data and doing the math. All right. So there we go. I better put it back to Bitcoin before people start screaming at me for it. But now that I've got it. Okay, so let's go back. Well, thank you for that, Scott. Now, what am I doing? I'm getting rid of that. I'll go back to Bitcoin. There we go. All right, so Bitcoin shot up. Look at that. Just since we were gone doing that, it shot up and back into the range. All right, so we'll just let that sit and percolate for a bit. Now the Bitcoin will be real time. These futures, they are delayed, because I'm not going to pay for data 3 times over. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do it. I refuse. So, but if you want to see these things in real time, we can flip them to the CFD. If we go to the CFD, that's real time. So in real time, the S&P is getting very close to its inflection point. It's about 3 or 4 points away. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I will switch them to the CFD just for the open so that we can see what it's doing. I'll get rid of that. We'll go to indices, and we'll go to the Nasdaq. Okay, so there's Nasdaq in the middle, and I'll switch this one. So that's now real time, and I'll switch this one over here to the S&P. There we go. There we are, encroaching. There we are. And then I'll switch it back for the futures, because I know most of you are trading futures, so I'll be able to get you the levels there. But just to watch, just to see how this plans out here. All right, just like a minute to go. Okay, so S&P, as you can see, hit the inflection point. Remember, we were speaking earlier, that was the most likely outcome. Well, there it is, just played out. Now we just have to wait for the Nasdaq to do its thing. Here we go. We're off and running. Well, so far the open has been pretty tame compared to what this thing usually does. Yeah, so Bitcoin's looking like it's going to try anyway to run up to its inflection point. It's not very far away. Well, a couple hundred bucks. Okie doke. Well, what I'll do is I'm going to flip these things back to the futures. So let's go. This one was a Nasdaq, so let's get there first. Okay, there we are there. And Bitcoin. Well, actually, we can just keep the Bitcoin the same because it's it's almost identical. It's only tick for tick. There we go. All back to normal. And now, interesting, Scott. Very interesting. And just to report, it is obviously delayed. This stuff. So S&P shot up, hit its inflection point, and is now tanking. Just tanked like 10 points after it hit its inflection point. I'm looking at the CFDs here. Oh, look at Bitcoin, almost at its inflection point. Well, I suppose on a $62,000, $63,000 unit, missing it by a few pennies it's pretty close to a hit. But it should hit. I want it to hit. Come on, you can do it. Never, ever chase. There we go. We just hit the inflection point. Oh, for sure it can. Absolutely. Absolutely it can. Oh, I know. Yes, indeed. Very soon. You can give me a call anytime. So. And that goes for everybody out there. If you have questions or what have you, I'm on Discord, Skype. Hey, I'm all about talking trades. So if anybody wants to have a little chin wag about markets and trades, setups, whatever, I'll be happy to send you my contact info. Well, that Bitcoin went right to the inflection point and just peeled off it. Yeah, I'm just reading back up there, Scott, where you're talking about the liquidation heat maps and stuff. Yes, I mean, this is, if you're super comfortable with that heat map, and then what you do is you would use the fire lines as confirmation, like where you are in the market structure. And then you trade accordingly. Okay, there we can finally see the S&P hitting its inflection point and selling off. As I said, that's delayed. I need to find out how to put delayed data on this live stream. I think that's what they call an overlay. If Trading NQ is still around, I'm going to need your help. How do I do that? Go and check out Trading NQ's channel too. He's great. He's doing great with a trade day live account. So go check him out. What I'll do is I'll post his thing. Let me find. Oh no, they don't let you put the links in here. Anyway, his name is here. Just do this. Check him out. Trading NQ. Oh, Crumoly, where do I have to scroll up? I can't remember the rest of it. Futures, trading NQ futures. There it is. Yeah, he was super kind and gave me a big help when I was getting this live stream going. There. So go find him. He's an inspiration, and he does really cool little videos too. So there's my plug. There's my plug. So now the CFDs, which are real time, show the S&P shooting back up towards its inflection point. Guess now we wait. Hurry up and wait. Very, very choppy out there. Very choppy indeed. Off stream, I have the CFDs in real time going. And I can really see the chop, chop, chop. I'll be happy to switch to the CFDs if you want to see a real time price movement of these markets. Just let me know. Somebody in the comments say, yeah, go to the CFDs so we can see it. But it is just whipping around. I'm sure if you're here on screen, you've got your own charts going. So there, now the Nasdaq, I see, I guess on the open, finally hit its inflection point. Okay, so no orphans at these levels. We've got the IPs are all hit. Now what are you going to do, Mr. Barkett? Oh, that would be great, Scott. Thank you so much. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not on Twitter. I don't have time for that stuff. If I'm not, trading, or if I'm not at charts making crappy little videos or speaking to brokers, I don't have time to even go on there. Oh yeah, and getting rid of all the spam that comes on my email. I must get over 250 of them a day. It's just unbelievable how much spam I get. Tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to do something outrageous. I am going to go over here. Now, not a news source. No. I never equated Twitter with news. That's for sure. Well, I greatly appreciate that, Scott. Thanks. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch these futures. I'm going to switch them to spot, because the spot is really showing just how nasty these things are whipping around. We can always flip back. Okay. And of course, they're real time. So there goes Nasdaq shooting up. Now we'll see. S&P is lagging, as you're about to see. There we go. So everything is now live, so you can actually see what's going on. As I say, this is the spot market. But if anybody wants to see the futures, just let me know. It's easy enough to flip it back. Well, in theory, I think everybody does. They keep it in the back of their mind, but not on a day-by-day basis, Scott, because if you were trading like a weekly or a monthly chart on, say, Bank of America, because he's been unloading, he's already unloaded like 10 million shares of Bank America. If you're following Buffett and his holdings, well, then yes, I would. But just day-to-day trading of index futures, not really, no. Oh, I just noticed something over here. Brown lines. I just want to make sure that's what we were talking about. Yep, that's what we were talking about. These are the orphans. I just got asked on a private message, what are those light brown lines? And I sent out a video. When did I do that? Was that last night? Yeah, I think so. On orphaned levels. So here they are here. So this level here, this is an inflection point. As we know, it's blue. And the market did not touch it, right? It didn't come near it. So I make a mark and I leave that and I call that an orphan. And here again, mind you, that you could make an argument that it touched here and it'd be valid. But for the most part, when the main markets were open, it did not come down and touch the inflection point. So there's your another orphan. So now for you swing traders, you're talking, this is on the Bitcoin, Scott. Those are going to be fabulous downside targets. And we could, if this thing starts to drop, they could be taken out today. So when was this one put in? On Saturday, because Bitcoin trades all week. So Saturday, and when was this? Friday? Yeah. So Friday and Saturday inflection points are now targets. And usually these orphans are more, obviously as day traders, we need to pay attention to them. Swing traders love them because it gives them, once they've got their bias and they've got their, all right, I'm a bear, it gives them really, really solid targets to aim for. So that's something to look out for, are these orphans. All right, so there they are. That's why they're on the screen. All right, let's get you back down to normal size. Boom. There we go. Nasdaq heading to its upper value level. S&P's doing the same, but not as aggressively. They happen really quickly. Well, since we're here on the topic, do you want me to do a little impromptu demonstration of these things? I'll be more than happy to do that. All right, okay. So let's do a little impromptu class. So let's do it just for fun. We'll use the S&P. Okay, so we'll just use the S&P. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the lines off. So if you subscribe to these things, you can just go up here. There it is. Hit the settings, and you can take off what you want. So we're only going to leave on the inflection point so that we can see these things here. So we're going to take everything off except the inflection point. There we go. And just so we can scrunch everything up here, I'm going to go to, say, a 2-hour chart. Now we can really see. And this is the other thing that's really cool about these. The way I programmed it is you can go back in time as far as the data goes. So you can always go back and see these levels. Okay, so here we can see this was an orphan. Here, I'm just going to pop it out here. Horizontal. See this level right there? It didn't trade. But it did 2 days later. It hit it. It came back to it. So the way I try to describe it is technical analysts and traders always like gaps, because gaps have a very high tendency of getting filled, like pulling back or going back up to fill a gap. It's the same with these inflection points. Inflection points are typically where there is a lot of liquidity, a lot of orders that are resting. So the market wants to get to those orders to be filled. All right, so let's just really scrunch it up for more examples. This one came through. This thing really spiked down on a news report. It did trade there. However, just for the sake of the demonstration, it became very solid support again. And that went in on September the 24th. So this is what I'm talking about, how swing traders can really, really benefit from this stuff. Like if the market's way up here and you get a sell signal, well, that makes a really juicy target. The other, let's see what else we've got going on here. I'll just scrunch that up and scroll down. Oh yeah, so here's one. These two, I think I sent them out in an email this morning. There are two more that have not been hit. So now if you're bearish or you become bearish, those become wonderful swing trade targets. You with me, everyone? Anybody have any questions at all? Fire away. Yeah, that's a huge dip. You're right. It's a very big dip. But mathematically, that's how this works. So if we go back, we can see huge examples of this. Like, look at this one here. Okay? We can call that a huge dip. But it came back and got it. See? So that was a dip of 240 points. See that? Yeah. So and that's why the swing traders like it. I developed this whole thing for us day traders. And then I started to see things when I was going back and doing research and just doing numbers and that sort of thing. I went, well, hey, wait a minute. These inflection points are behaving very much like gaps. They start screaming at you. So let me just move this line up to here. Here's one as well, right there, right? So, and that was a big move. So everyone's thinking bearish, right? Boom, boom, boom. It bounces off this one. And look where it goes. It does bounce. And here's your typical bottom, right? A swing low, a bounce, a retest, and then up it goes and fills it. So when anybody's sort of hearing the word orphan from me, this is what I'm referring to. Inflection points that have not been traded. Yeah. And it clicks most of the time. Of course, everything, individual trades fail. And that's because some people have to, for whatever reason, it's always financial, of course, have to run tighter stops. Like for instance, just right here, just as an example, let's just say you traded that bounce. Well, that was great. You did really, really well. Boom, boom, boom. But let's just say you go, well, all right, it goes up and you think, all right, I'm going to trade this little breakout here, right? I'm going to do this because now I really like the idea of it going long. And so a lot of people are going to buy here, right? And they're going to have their stop somewhere in here, perhaps. So they get stopped out only to see the market go to where they wanted it to go. So timing is everything. It's one thing to know the level where it should go, but what you need as a short-term trader, and swing trading as well, just on a larger time frame, is you need a mechanism. You need a timing thing. So I do have little timing tools and little timing tricks that I have in the PDF file, and more elaborate trading systems around this stuff. But for now, the main thing is that people get comfortable with the targets, the targeting. That's what's important. Timing, timing comes with experience. And everybody has their own little ways of doing it. So stick with your own, if you're not getting absolutely murdered, stick with the timing that you're doing. And the only thing I can suggest is remember what the definition of a trend is. In an uptrend, there you go. Okay. No, fair enough, Scott. But here's the one takeaway that I just want to leave people with too, even today, is remember what the simple definition of a trend is. In an uptrend, you're looking for higher lows, like there. This is higher than that. This is higher than that. This is higher than that, etc., etc. Super simple stuff, but people seem to forget it. And higher highs. Higher, 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 higher. So if you're in a trade or going to initiate a new trade with the trend, let's say you want to buy here. Where are you going to put your stop? And this is where so many new traders and improperly funded traders, and this is also what I have a bugaboo about this prop trading industry, is they don't give you enough leeway. If you buy here, okay, where are you going to put your stop? Well, your stop should mathematically and logically go here. Because up until that level breaks, you're still getting higher lows. Right? So the trend has not changed until that low gets taken out. Conversely, let me just delete that. In a downtrend, the same logic applies, right? Only here we're looking at lower highs and lower lows. The trend changed when we got a higher high and a higher low. So the people that took the trade here and they stopped out somewhere in here got killed, because the logical place for the stop, the logical place is right here. Right? Because then you know the trend is still continuing down. So even though you got in here and you got stopped out early, and boom, there you go. So what I do, and when I was training traders for title trading, is I would tell them, okay, take that measurement here. If you want to buy here, that's great, but make sure you can afford the stop, because this is your stop. And if you're normally trading 1,000 shares and you don't want that amount of risk on 1,000 shares, back it off to 200 and go long from there. Adjust your position size to where your stop must be. It should be there. If you're going long here, that's your stop. If you're going long here, that's your stop. Or within a couple points below it. Always, always, always have your stop in the logical place and adjust your position size to this dollar value, to that amount of risk. And of course, the opposite, right? So that's if you're a buyer. If you're a seller, you just do the same thing. Oh, I want to sell here. Perfect. Sell, put your stop up there. Oh, I want to sell here. Perfect. Put your stop there. Oh, I want to sell here. Perfect. That's fine. Put your stop there. Anything inside there, you're at great risk of getting stopped out. And that is the simplest, easiest way to do it. Adjust position size to the dollar amount of the stop that you need. Don't try to tighten up the stop, because at that moment, at that very moment, you cross that line from becoming a disciplined, financial or fiscally responsible trader to a gambler. Because if you sit there and say, I'm going to go short here, right here, but, oh, I can't afford that big stop. Oh, I'll just put it here at this inflection point. That's great. But wham, look, you got stopped out and the market went without you. Your account is now down and you're left with tears. The stop should have been here. Don't gamble. There's my pontification for the day. Don't gamble. Adjust position size to the stop you need to have. If you're only trading a one lot because you're just learning to trade, then take notes and say, all right, my stop, I want to go long. I want to go long up here. And I see this stop down there and go, oh my, that's like 4% of my whole account. I can't afford it. Pass on the trade. There is nothing wrong with passing, right? If you're sitting there making $50,000 a year and you go to buy a house, you're not looking on the bridle path at the $7 million mansion. You buy what you can afford. If you cannot afford the stop, don't take the trade. All right, I'm done. I'm winded, but that's really an important thing for me to stress, because I see so many people get murdered because they've got their stops way too tight. There you go. So now you know where to put your stop. All right. I will shut my mouth now and let everybody get back to their trading. And there we go. So I'll get rid of some of these lines. Otherwise, they'll totally muck me up here. There we go. We've hit that one, so we don't need it. And let's go back to 15 minute. What were we having there? 5 minutes? There we go. There we are. And I guess I better put the lines back on it. Put the yellow in. There we go. And boom. There we are. Now our inflection point has become support. So now things are looking a little more bullish. So let's pull that back. There we are. Oh, and we can see, look at Nasdaq, right up to its upper value level. And it's holding.
all-new Caesars Palace Online Casino. Hundreds of games are waiting with live dealer roulette, baccarat, craps, and blackjack. It's Caesars Palace delivered. Download and sign up today. Caesars Palace Online Casino.
Robin's Cup. Like that's a fucking challenge. I am going to win that. I don't know why you guys are sitting here pretending like I forgot about it. I didn't forget about it. I know exactly what the fuck I'm doing. I'm going to part the Red Sea and I'm running to the top of that motherfucker and none of you are going to be near me. So get your sound bites out of that because that's what's coming. And yes, I'm going to win the Robin's Cup, so stop sending me emails, okay? It's in the bag. Trust me on that. Okay, I told you all I would give you a drama. I'll give you a tragedy. But at the end of the year, it's my name at the top of that list. Okay, so just relax. Keep making your videos because you look stupid. Exposed ICT failed Robin's Cup. It's just going to make it even better. Here's what happened. I went in the Robin's Cup and I sat there and I pushed and 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 I pushed that fucking account down to $900 fucking dollars.
Do I sound like I'm embarrassed? No. Think about it, folks.
But do you honestly, okay, seriously, sincerely mean this, okay? Do you think it's hard to make 400%? It's fucking easy. You didn't win the Robin's Cup ICT, but some of you think that that's the litmus test that says, see, he's a fraud. Because I gave you that invitation to think that.
To not a single non-beginner trader surprise, ICT just announced that his 2024 Robin's Cup account is down 91% from its $10,000 starting balance. Of course, the best part is the insane 20-minute rant afterwards about how it's not his fault, but we'll laugh at that in just a sec.
I'm gonna say something here. I'm gonna say something here.
Think about it, folks. He can't even get 4th place in a trading competition on the market that he claims to have coded. Back in 2015, he traded a sim account for over 6 months, but gave up after losing 97%. He's failed the Robin's Cup after saying he was going to win every single time, going all the way back to 2017. And he said he was a fraud if he didn't win shortly before deleting this old Twitter account out of what I assume was embarrassment. The money people thought he made from trading was proven to be photoshopped because he forgot to include a minus sign on it, saying he did it on purpose only after getting caught months later. His occasional trading live streams are even more humiliating than losing the Robins once again, because we actually got to see how bad his real trades are when he can't selectively upload wins on X. And yes, he started doing so badly that he claimed his stop loss was being hunted by market makers while using a sim account. And remember, think about it, folks. All ICT concepts wouldn't be available as free indicators if they actually gave a long-term edge on their own. And the traders who have actually made money will even allude to this themselves. I am the reason for my success. You do not get credit for my journey. ICT wants credit for the few who make money, but tells the hundreds of thousands who aren't making money that it's their fault and not the concepts. But enough of that. Some people can't be helped. So here are the funniest clips from the meltdown he had after admitting that he lost 91%, which honestly is a huge improvement from minus 96%. Based on his 5% improvement from 2016 to 2024, my math says he will become a break-even trader 145 years from now.
I could take that $900 and run it right back on up. It's been bait the whole fucking time. The whole fucking time. And you're out here sitting there thinking, you're clowning me. Every single trade that I put on in that Robin's Cup had nothing to do but anything except for me just pushing the button. Push, 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 push. I did that shit on purpose.
Did you hear that? He did it on purpose, everybody. Now, one important thing to note here is that the Robin's Cup has relatively higher margin requirements for trading contracts. And right now, with his account balance at $900, it appears that he doesn't actually have enough money to trade one of the regular size contracts. Of course, we don't know what the exact rates are, but it's worth bringing up because it makes the situation even funnier.
And I have waited and I waited and I waited and I waited.
Tired of spending money on disposable lighters? Then this innovative lighter is for you. This new incredible electric dual...
Not one motherfucker stepped. Not one.
ICT is spewing so much BS that it's making his dogs freak out.
And I thought for sure, I told my wife, I said, man, I'm telling you, I know as soon as they contact Joel and they say, look, he's in drawdown, they're gonna pounce on it. And that's exactly what I've been wanting. So now you know. You fucking know. You still have time. You still have time, you Jordans of the fucking trading. The master of fucking trading. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. You know what I'm starting with. You know what I'm starting with, and I'm still going to beat your fucking ass.
Just to clarify, if you're having a hard time comprehending what exactly he's talking about, his account is down to $900 and saying that he'll still win.
So let's fucking go. I'm not afraid. I'm not embarrassed. I'm not intimidated. I'm not anything but fucking ready. And if you don't think you got enough time, we can restart this fucking shit for the 2025.
And there you go, everybody. That's why this goes all the way back to 2017, because every time he fails, he says, all right, let's go again next year. And then his followers are like, yeah! Not only is he saying that he still has time to win, but now he's saying that he's going to do it again in 2025.
But I wanted to be pushed. I wanted to be fucking challenged. And the only way I could challenge myself is to put myself in such the lowest point. I could not come any lower than I am right now. I can come back from that. I can come back from that. You can't. You can't. But I fucking can. And I wanted to fucking rub it in your fucking face. Because that's just what an ICT would do. So
that's just what ICT will do. You wouldn't last a day in my dark and twisted mind. That's just what ICT does. Shut up.
So there's your facts. There's your skinny on what's going on with the Robbins Cup. You don't believe me? Contact them. They'll tell you. All it was is push. No rhyme or reason. I just want to draw the account down. Hey, ICT is lying online saying he's winning the Robbins Cup. Could you verify that, please? Oh, certainly. Let me take a look. Yep. Here's where his account is. Do I sound like I'm intimidated or scared? Do I sound like I'm embarrassed? Fuck no.
Do I sound embarrassed? Well, no, you didn't until you asked if you did, and then it's clear that that's what you're thinking about.
We can still do this year. We can still do it. Absolutely we can. Brent could move aside and let the man go through, and I could be at that number one spot. But I want someone to dance with. You need a full year? The invitation is again for 2025 if you want to do it. If you can roll what you got right now by the end of the year, I will use what I got. And you can verify it with Joe Robbins that not one motherfucking penny will be added to that account. Not one fucking penny will be added to it. And I'll still whip your ass. Now, how humiliating would that be? With less than $1,000, I came back. The fucking rookie sensation ICT comes back with a fucking surprise upset. The October surprise. Woo! How about it? You ready? I'm ready. I am fucking ready. But some of you just simply aren't going to like me. You're not going to believe me because you didn't win the Robbins Cup, ICT. Your reputation's at stake. My reputation has always been a demo trader. How the fuck am I going to wreck that? Think about it. And I'm not here for reputation. I'm here for fun. I'm here for fun and entertainment.
Okay, I can't do any more of this. I'll react to the rest of this on my third channel, maybe.
Hey y'all, it's Tim Miller from The Bulwark. 60 Minutes just finished airing their big interview with Kamala Harris. And the biggest news coming out of the interview was who didn't show up. So I want to get to the substance of what the vice president had to say in a second. But first, we got to start with what really is the only news that comes out of this interview, which was the fact that Donald Trump didn't show up. And the 60 Minutes had traditionally done an interview going all the way back to the 60s to Hubert Humphrey, doing an interview with both major party candidates. And this is going to be the first time that it didn't happen because Trump backed out. And the Trump campaign, as is their habit, has been lying about this and has been, giving all kinds of reasons why it wasn't really true that they backed out and blah, blah, blah. And so on national television, in front of a massive audience, CBS's Scott Pelley fact-checked Donald Trump's campaign's explanations about why they were not there for the interview, why they took their ball and went home, just like he did after he lost the election. Here's Scott Pelley. It's pretty brutal.
Trump backed out. The campaign offered shifting explanations. First, it complained that we would fact-check the interview. We fact-check every story. Later, Trump said he needed an apology for his interview in 2020. Trump claims correspondent Leslie Stahl said in that interview that Hunter Biden's controversial laptop came from Russia. She never said that. Trump has said his opponent doesn't do interviews because she can't handle them. He had previously declined another debate with Harris, so tonight may have been the largest audience for the candidates between now and Election Day. Our questions addressed the economy, immigration, reproductive rights, and the wars in the Middle East and Europe. Both campaigns understood this special would go ahead if either candidate backed out. And so, with that, here's Bill Whitaker.
So I think we can close the book on that one. He has the receipts. They agreed to it. They were planning on going to Butler. Didn't do it because Donald Trump's a toddler, as best as we can tell. Because he's a child. I love that he mentions that they tried to use the Hunter Biden laptop excuse. It's like anytime these guys want to get out of jail free card, anytime they want to write a excuse to their teacher about why they didn't do their homework, it's like it was Hunter Biden's laptop's fault. Yeah, sorry guys, but don't think the teacher's accepting that excuse this time on the Hunter Biden laptop. So Trump gets nailed to the wall. Kamala actually at the end of the interview gets a free swat at him because the interviewer asks her what they think it says that Trump ducked it. And she, kind of didn't get into kind of the media criticism side of it so much. And I think did a nice job of pivoting that answer to talking instead about if he's not going to come on this interview, watch his rallies and watch about how the fact that all he does is talk about his own grievances and himself rather than talking about the American people and how he can make their lives better and how he can bring the country together. So I thought that was a pretty strong answer from Harris. As far as the interview itself, like I said, there was some substantive talk about the economy and immigration and foreign policy, but it was much of what she has said before, talking about her support for small business tax cuts, middle-class tax cuts, talking about immigration, how she supported the bipartisan immigration deal that would have
This is not research. Stansberry.
We should not continue trying to please people who simply want to keep being angry. When Kamala Harris became the presumptive Democratic nominee for president of the United States, the MAGA crowd immediately started screaming, "Why isn't she doing interviews? She's so scared. She's in hiding. They won't let her do an interview." She was supposedly being hidden from the media and from the public. And then Kamala Harris did her first major interview. It was with CNN's Dana Bash. What did the MAGA people say? They said, oh, it was just one interview. She should be doing many. It was softball questions. She got everything wrong on policy. They weren't satisfied. And now Kamala Harris is going to be sitting down with 60 Minutes, The View, Stephen Colbert, and sitting down with David Pakman Show viewer Howard Stern. That's all coming up over the next 7 or so days. And you might be thinking, well, now, obviously, MAGA Trumpists are going to be satisfied, right? Kamala Harris is doing numerous interviews. This is what they wanted. They're going to be happy now, right? And of course, you would be very wrong. I can assure you that after this week's interviews, the Trump MAGA right will say all of the interviews were softballs from Kamala Harris supporters. Kamala Harris looked bad. She didn't know anything. She didn't explain any of her policies. And it will be important to remind these people, for example, that while Kamala Harris agreed
We always say on this show that Donald Trump is his own worst enemy and that the worst thing that can happen for his campaign is for him to open his mouth really in any capacity, whether it be a speech, a press conference, or an interview. But today, we will take exception to that rule because it is not what Donald Trump said that is backfiring on him or devastating his campaign today. It is the things that his closest allies and advisors have said about him that are being leaked in some new reporting, a new book from Bob Woodward revealing all of the devastating things that have been said about Donald Trump and details that have been revealed that are absolutely upending his campaign in the worst way possible for him, in the best way for us. And one of the most damning statements that was made about Donald Trump came from his own very good friend, his own little political pet in Lindsey Graham, who pretty much stabbed Donald Trump in the back with what he said. But I want to get into all that. But before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you haven't already and want to support this channel, to hit that subscribe button and become a part of the community that we're building. It really goes a long way. Now, like I said, this new book from Bob Woodward is absolutely upending the Trump campaign in so many ways. It's not just what Lindsey Graham said. And so Donald Trump and his campaign are trying to push back on all of that, and they've recently released a statement about it that I want to check out. In a recently released statement from the Trump campaign on Bob Woodward's new book, they write, "None of these made-up stories by Bob Woodward are true and are the work of a truly demented and deranged man who suffers from a debilitating case of Trump derangement syndrome. Woodward is an angry little man and is clearly upset because President Trump is successfully suing him because of his unauthorized publishing of recordings he had previously made. President Trump gave him absolutely no access for his trash book that either belongs in the bargain bin of the fiction section of a discount bookstore or used as toilet tissue. Woodward is a total sleazebag who has lost it mentally, and he's slowed, lethargic, incompetent, and overall a boring person with no personality." So you can already tell that the Trump campaign is pretty upset about this book. A lot of those descriptions sound like they could apply to Trump. Lethargic, out of it, deranged, and corrupt certainly all apply to Donald Trump, but they are so shaken up by the revelations in this book. And the Lindsey Graham one specifically, I am sure are going to be really upsetting Donald Trump, as he has already been upset with Lindsey Graham and outwardly criticizing him for attacking what is just ridiculous tariff policy from Donald Trump. So before we get into what Lindsey had to say, I want to check out Donald Trump attacking him.
So if India charges our companies 100, we charge their companies 100. It's very simple. And yet we have people in Congress that say, no, I don't think that's good. Anybody that says that's no good, very interesting. Lindsey Graham, the progressive from South Carolina. No, he's a progressive, but he's got some good things too, okay? But Lindsey Graham, I said to him, Lindsey, you got to go along with this. We were all set to get it done. You got to go along with this. He says, so let me get this straight. If they charge us, we charge them the same thing. He said it's not his strength.
Of course, we know Trump and Lindsey Graham have a different history, an interesting history, but it is certainly going to get a lot worse because of what has been revealed about what Lindsey Graham is saying about Donald Trump behind his back, really stabbing him in the back. So let's get into that. Lindsey Graham compared Mar-a-Lago to North Korea in Bob Woodward's new book. One of Donald Trump's closest confidants has compared the former president's Mar-a-Lago, Florida estate to North Korea. Senator Lindsey Graham reportedly said, "Going to Mar-a-Lago is a little bit like going to North Korea. Everybody stands up and claps every time Trump comes in." Graham is quoted as saying that Biden won the 2020 election fair and square, but Trump doesn't like to hear that. A Trump supporter and golfing buddy, Graham has tried to give his GOP nominee advice for his 2024 campaign. You've got a problem with moderate women, the people that think the earth is flat and we didn't go to the moon, you've got them. Let that go, he is said to have told Trump after the midterm elections. I gave a speech today and I only mentioned the 2020 election twice, Trump said to Graham a few days later, as if it had shown maximum restraint. Woodward writes, as Trump framed his presidential campaign around fear, Woodward writes that Graham said of the former president, Trump is becoming more erratic. these court cases, I think they'd rattle anybody. So not only did Lindsey Graham say the thing that Donald Trump hates the most, that President Biden won the 2020 election and it was a free and fair election, but he also said the thing that Trump is dreading the most, which is everyone coming to realize how much more deranged he is, how much more erratic he is, how much more he has lost it since 2020 when he barely had it. He is out of his mind, and Lindsey Graham is admitting that, and I'm sure it is driving Donald Trump even crazier than he already is. But that wasn't the only shocking revelation in this book. But before we get to what that was, I think we need to check out this ad from the Lincoln Project.
When Donald Trump was president the first time, the Russians wanted him to win.
He called him colorful, talented. He said Donald Trump is the absolute leader of the U.S. presidential race.
They helped him. He won.
Господина Трампа избрал американский народ. Можно спорить, но нельзя проявлять неуважение.
He never forgot it.
He welcomed his support. I like that he said that.
Over and over, Trump put Putin and Russia over American interests.
The problem is not that Putin is smart. The real problem is that our leaders are dumb.
He wants Putin to win in Ukraine.
I said, this is genius.
Told him Russia can do what it wants in attacking our NATO allies.
I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want.
He doesn't have a good relationship with Putin. He owes Putin. Trump's not just on the other side, he's on the take.
Donald Trump has long been Vladimir Putin's puppet. We know that to be true. And it's not just our assumption, it's not just our belief, it is something that is documented in this new book from Bob Woodward, how closely they have been connected even after Donald Trump has left the White House, and I want to get into that right here. In one scene, Woodward recounts a moment at Mar-a-Lago where Trump tells a senior aide to leave the room so he could have what he said was a private phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. According to Trump's aide, there have been multiple phone calls between Trump and Putin, maybe as many as 7 in the period since Trump left the White House in 2021, Woodward writes. Woodward asked Trump aide Jason Miller whether Trump and Putin had spoken since he left the White House. Not that I'm aware of, Miller told Woodward. Trump aides lying to protect him from what is true, from the truth coming out, of course, and that is that Donald Trump is Putin's puppet, that he is willing to do whatever Putin wants, of course, because he helped him win the 2016 election, and of course, because Donald Trump admires dictators. He looks up to them. He wants to be like them. It's why Lindsey Graham said that Mar-a-Lago is like North Korea, which I'm sure Donald Trump takes as a compliment, but certainly shouldn't be to any sane person. And speaking of sanity, Lindsey Graham recently tried to defend some attacks that Donald Trump has made, which are increasingly happening and just more and more ridiculous about Kamala Harris's IQ that Donald Trump wants to talk about. And I want to take a look at that.
Vice President Kamala Harris is not mentally impaired.
No, I just think she's crazy liberal. I don't question her.
But what do you think about that rhetoric?
I just think the better course to take is to prosecute the case that her policies are destroying the country. They're crazy liberal. 400,000 people have been let loose in our country. 16,000 people convicted of being a rapist. 13,000 convicted murderers, and 400,000 of people generally convicted of crimes released on her watch. It's not going to get better.
So I saw that statistic. We dove into it, our fact checker. That statistic is actually over decades. So some of those people you're talking about are people that came into the country during Trump. And second of all, some of them are in prison. A lot of them are in prison, not ICE prisons, but federal prisons for their crimes.
I can tell you this, the man who killed Laken Riley in Georgia was released by the Biden-Harris administration on parole because they had no capacity at the border to hold him. That's not a reason to parole people. I promise you, women have been raped and murdered. People have been hurt by illegal immigrants released into this country without detention. It is a nightmare. It is crazy. It's crazy to boycott a speech by the Prime Minister of Israel to a joint session of Congress thinking it won't embolden Iran. Well, it's crazy to withdraw from Afghanistan hoping things will be different this time. Medicare for all, Green New Deal, crazy stuff.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying she's crazy. I'm saying your party...
How can you defend this guy? The statements he makes are insane. The things he believes are even crazier. And it just shows the projection from Donald Trump to say that it's Kamala Harris who's mentally impaired. Also, just an offensive thing to say. But if we want to talk about someone's IQ and where their head is at, I think everything can be revealed about how smart Donald Trump is, or really how stupid he is, in this clip right here.
Because I didn't have a chance with her. So, I said, Miriam, maybe I should stay back and, heading into a hurricane, Miriam. It made no difference. No, you have to be here. Our friends are there. And I said, okay, when you say that, I'm going to be there 100%. I'm going to be there. I was watching the airplane highways, and they were all heading this way as I was going that way. They said, what's he doing?
One candidate is focused on the future, solving problems, bringing us together, and Donald Trump is rambling about airplane highways. Does he mean the sky? Does he mean the sky? I don't know. He's lost it. Lindsey Graham knows it. We know it. How about we all just agree to not have him be our president? I think that sounds like a good idea. And if you do too, as always, you can make sure to hit that subscribe button and leave a like on this video if you enjoy our channel. And if you stuck around to the end, drop a blue heart in the comments. And until next time, I'll see you soon.
When you look at the things that she proposes, they're so far off. She has no clue. How about allowing people to come through an open border, 13,000 of which were murderers? Many of them murdered far more than one person, and they're now happily living in the United States. Now a murderer, I believe this, it's in their genes, and we got a lot of bad genes in our country right now. They had 425,000 people come into our country that shouldn't be here, that are criminals.
Donald Trump is just straight up a bad person. Lots of evidence of that in the coming minute. I'm Ben Glebe for Rebel HQ. You can subscribe to my podcast Last Week on Earth, where I cover everything that happened during the last week. But this one